Thanks for you, Jody.
Good.
Yeah.
Very good. I really like your shirt. It's super cute.
Okay.
Can I take this one back?
Yes.
Hi.
We only have about half the people. You know about it.
Hi guys. Welcome you guys. So good afternoon everyone. Just so you know, we are live streaming this event. So you guys are on the live streaming as audience, and then the other feed that you see as well will be the ballot counting over at the Places space that's happening as well this morning. So this afternoon rather. So my name is Tasha Davila. I'm the community manager for Providence. So happy to be here today. Glad you can all make it out to join us. I call this meeting to order. It's 12:08 p.m. So welcome to the 14th annual election and annual meeting for members. Been met today for today's meeting. With all ballots now received, management is going to go ahead and place the 4 ballots. We received 4 ballots at hand today here at the meeting. We're placing into the white envelope, where we will seal that envelope and have a couple of you sign off and seal the envelope, and we're going to send it over with one of our representatives from the office to the place to be counted with all of the other ballots. So also, yeah, you can go ahead and see if we can get a couple of volunteers to sign off on that. In addition to that, just so you guys know, we do have 3 volunteers that are with us today over at the place. They're going to be doing the ballot counting on behalf of the association. We just wanted to take the time to acknowledge them today and thank them for their time and efforts. We have Linda Burke, Larry Kearns, and Deirdre. I am so sorry if I mispronounced your last name, but Chiseru. Anyways, these are the 3 people that we have reached out to, a handful of people, and said, hey, can you guys help out? And these people were able to make it today and come in. So we really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for assisting us too. There will be no presidents from Mars, and in accordance with NRS 116.31151A, unless the majority of all the unit owners we really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. The budget will be deemed ratified, and certain municipalities' budgets are deemed ratified today for the Providence National Homeowners Association, and for Oxford Commons. So with all of that being said, that's all the officialities of the beginning of the meeting. Open this up to a resident comment period, and let's go ahead and do that. They'll start the ballot counting at this point, and so you guys will be able to do that as well. At this particular meeting, there's no officer. I believe we do have one over at the place. Well, this isn't a board of directors meeting. This is a homeowner meeting. Right. Yeah. That would include the people here, the people at the place, as well as any proxies that would have been received. That's correct. How many total there were? No, we would have to get a count on that. We'll certainly release that. And so for Providence Master Homeowners Association, just for everyone's knowledge, according to the bylaws, 20% of the unit owners are required to be in attendance by proxy or in person, and that number would be 1,127. So yeah, just so you know, the count was 15 total registrants. That doesn't mean that we won't get some possible walk-ins or walk-ups, but that's the amount of people that registered for the actual event between the two locations. For a second, I'm going to find out if they have any homework.
Separation of bids.
So they're actually trying to obtain more bids at this time.
That's not my question. My question is, why was the discrepancy so large with the fund for yen for stopping just a better bidder?
Right. So the board is currently reviewing those right now.
Again, that's not my question. Okay, we've had this out now for 2 prior board meetings. Nothing has been decided on that. Nothing is on part of it. What's the difference? I mean, if you reviewed it, you would have reviewed the bid long before the board ever gets them.
Right. So that is a question you can certainly submit to us, and we'll do some feedback for you. However, at this time, right now, no, I don't have an answer for you on that.
I'll get back to you. This question has been out there since the board meeting. Why is the big difference? About $370,000.
So we're still reviewing it. Yeah, I hear you. We're still reviewing it. So if you'd like to send me an email, I'd be happy to converse with you further about that. I would be happy to do that.
It just should have all these outstanding expenses paid the way that it would probably benefit everyone here. And some of those expenses you do more with less. It's just like I got a paper pamphlet printout of the budget, but then it's put in this here. That makes no sense. That's 2 different expenses. You're spending money on paper for one instance, and then a week or so later you send this big thing out with the same thing in it. That makes no sense. The irrigation system. Hey, y'all been talking about that for about 4.5 years. What's the deal with that? And every year, our expenses keep going up. And then y'all say, oh, we ain't got enough people to vote. But if people don't understand and know the come out, then how they going to be able to participate in voting? Y'all put a cap on 35 people to be out here. It's basically throwing people and deterring people away. Why not just say everybody's welcome? Because this is a city park, so you can't stop nobody from coming out here anyway.
Sure, I hear you. The cap isn't actually on the park attendance, it's just on the place and space because we're limited there. But this, there was no limit. Yeah.
And everybody can take turns and get help in the vote. And it seems like everything now with this stuff is being crooked. The whole thing, the last 4 years, everything just keeps going up, but we ain't seeing no results. You got $41,000 for decorations. Only thing it looks like is that the decorations bounce from one subdivision to another, and then they take damn near a month and a half to take the shit down. If you look at me in January, our stuff was still up there in our subdivision. Me in January, so we paying these people all this money to do this stuff, but for what? They still think it's Christmas in January in our subdivision because it never came down after Christmas. This stuff ain't making no sense. And then y'all stand up there like y'all like, oh well, we getting paid, so screw it. Ain't our money. This isn't great. It ain't gonna never get fixed. Last year in December, when we had the meeting, you all said, the board said that, oh, well, it should catch up. The reserve should catch up. It's been COVID. Why are y'all spending money? Ain't that going on? It doesn't make sense. Where's the solutions at? Where's the solutions for us to help us? We the ones got to pay the money. We paying everybody else's salary. It doesn't make sense. It's just everybody sits and say, all right, well, we ain't get enough votes, so we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But what about us? The Providence is gonna in another 4 or 5 years, the Providence is gonna crash because there ain't gonna be no money. Then what? Then that's when all of y'all are bail and leave, go to some other subdivisions and HOAs and mess theirs up too. I mean, what's the point? We don't never get no answers. So what's the point? If somebody give answers to this, what can we all do to help each other, because this ain't making no sense.
No, I completely understand where you're coming from, sir. That's what these meetings are meant for, you guys to come out, and this is an open comment period, which is exactly what you guys are doing. You're making your comments known, and that's what the purpose of this is. It's not a Q&A between management or the board and the homeowners. This is the time for you guys to voice your concerns, and certainly we appreciate that you're here doing that. Right. Yeah, well. Mhm. Right. Sure.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a solution to help the issue that you have, but nobody knows that.
Well, certainly, sir. I mean, I hear you, and it sounds like you are very passionate about your community, and I appreciate that. I would love to sit down with you. If you can come into the Providence office, I would love to sit down with you and discuss what your concerns are and how we can assist you and moving forward with that. Yeah. Yeah, the responses will come to the individuals.
And the only reason I tried.
No, yeah, I mean, I hear you guys. Like I said, this yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Number one. Number two is everybody one for sure guarantees. Eliminate. Third problem is that this same attitude is not, you weren't here for this.
Yeah,
But the same thing. When they threw this pool at us, the focus still had it on. And they lied to us, and I brought it up at the meeting.
The community pool.
Oh, yeah. And I'm a former elected mayor at 12 years, okay? So I have a lot of experience, plus juvenile justice commission, state of California, putting it in play. It was like this, okay? They tried to tell everybody it was going to be a community pool. And I remember whatever his name was back then, who was with your group, was leader. So, well, let's go to the back room and discuss that. And I went, no, yeah, everybody needs to know that it's a public pool. It's not a community pool. It's BLM, and we had to use our own association dues to pay lawyers to fight us homeowners. Okay, and we won. We went in without counsel. We put 15 people together. We went into court, and trust me, the focus people came after me after that, like, duck face to water. Okay, and they lost. And the only reason they lost is we took them to court and we beat them because they lied. Okay, and no offense, it's getting no difference from Larry, no difference in the others. Okay, we got a board that is pretty much clueless. They have good intentions. They don't even, I mean, I had to take walks a lot to teach them how to run a meeting under Robert's rules. Okay. Larry was our sixth board member. Okay. Or he thought he was. So, to go after all of this, I'm to the point where do I want to spend a bunch of time, let alone, I still got to stack the lawyers, and play the game because we got serious problems here and they're not getting better at all. And the board members are clueless when it comes. That's where this irrigation thing. Look at our water budget now. We get almost $400 grand, but $275 allocation. There's still leaks everywhere. then you look at this landscaping they keep putting in, these microscopic plants, I get a comment that, well, they're guaranteed for a year. Well, when they don't grow because they can't get water, or they get overwatered and die, whose fault's that? You still have the link between Elkhorn and Doral in the meeting. Okay. I've called that in 5 times. I've told Walt about it. When I go in the mailings, I've told Neil about it. It just goes on deaf ears. Okay. So when we have to sue our board of directors, and that'd be an interesting lawsuit. Okay. Well, I think they would lose, but I think the problem is they're going to spend $100,000+ of our due money to defend our own lawsuit against them. So it becomes a comedy of errors. Just go around. I defy you just to walk down these 2 blocks from here to say Westminster and look at the side landscaping. How much is overwatered, getting no water, or is dead? And it hasn't been this way for 3 months. It's been this way for over a year. Yeah. Nothing gets done. Yet we have these exorbitants, but the Brightview bill, now that you added the 58 grand or whatever it was to the park and the extension of it. What's their tab now? What's their landscaping? $700,000 a year now? What is it? I can't remember. I can look it up real quick. You should know that off the top of your head.
No, I don't know that off the top of my head.
You don't know what they spend on landscaping a year?
No, I don't know what I don't. I'm here, I'm listening to you though. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but you know what? No offense.
It's okay. No,
We've been saying this back for years now,
800,000.
and it's almost
It's almost 800,000.
300 grand.
Almost 800,000.
And is that the plan replacement, or is that
It does.
50,000 above
It
that?
does.
It's inclusive.
It increased.
8%
That's the
increase.
thing, though. This is the thing. Why are we doing so much to this park? And this is city park.
No,
Anybody
no,
can
no,
come
no,
to this
it's not,
park.
no, it's Providence. We get the privilege of technically leasing it from the city of Las Vegas. It's ultimately BLM land. Okay? So unless we want to purchase this park, which or from the city, we're always going to have to maintain it. If we purchased it, we'd have to maintain it anyway. And we have to have our own insurance for liability. It's a whole different thing. The only way you get a park built around here is you have to borrow it from BLM. And that's why this is not a community park, it's a public park. Community park is neighborhood residents, members only. Public park is anybody and everybody.
It still doesn't make sense to us. Spending money we don't have.
Well, but again, I don't disagree with it. I've been fighting this battle for a while. But the other question you asked about not being able to remove them, it was like 200 to keep them, 600 plus to remove the officers. Problem is you need that 50 plus one majority. You're not going to get 2,800 plus people to do anything. You'll never get it. I mean, it's hysterical. The meeting facility holds, what, 140 is the maximum building capacity? Okay. So if they had 200 people show up, there's no place to put 60. You violate the fire code. So it all is, like I said, all the HOA rules are designed for us to fit. Now, the best thing would be is everybody decided to get rid of this HOA and do what some of the other developments have done. And that is go and have just a semblance board that has money for repaving, for all the normal stuff, doesn't have a social events calendar. Okay. Doesn't do the rest of the stuff. Okay. But I mean, we really have serious shortfalls coming. And I don't care how you flip it left and right. We're still short hundreds of thousands of dollars for our reserves. So when will they make a decision on this landscaping and the irrigation repair?
At their January meeting.
Okay, are we going to get a heads up what they're leaning and what the discussion's going to be?
No.
Because the only way you're going to stop this is we got to get a bunch of us together, chip in the pool, file litigation to remove CCMC and to remove our board and start over. That's the only way you're going to beat this deal.
When are they gonna start the?
Possibly getting instruction right now.
We don't know. Like, maybe this whole bill, it was stop. Like, maybe it's reversal. But a lot of these projections have been projections since 2017. It's like you don't see no real positive things out of it. It just seems that it's something different every year. It's like,
What was your name, sir?
you know, kind of,
And what are you know, with the conference offices?
yeah.
You know, let's talk about things that are really on your mind. I mean, I certainly would love to get into depth with you about look, I'm all about transparency. You know, nothing in terms of what we're doing. There's just a process.
At the same time, though, like everything is capable. Basically, they can do. But why they just can't say and just be more courteous to us? Because I mean, just like you said, when we go into litigation, everybody knows that they're not going to win it because it's sitting on this paperwork. It's constant change around and everything is increasing. It's like it's never going to change. It's like it's going to be stuck in the same hole. And then once it seems like it's got through. And once it goes totally in the crap, then they're going to all split. I just really feel that's what's going to happen. Just like that clown that did last December, and he got it all hidden behind the body because he was wrong. When we all had questions, he basically told us to pay him. No, y'all got questions. What? Come on, man. He told us that we couldn't question him. Everybody came to the meeting, and we was all asking questions. It wasn't like everybody was loud. We just had questions. He was giving everything out, and everybody was asking questions. So then, when the questions were coming, and he was being refuted, he couldn't answer it. He just, no, I can't answer no more questions. I can't answer no questions. And then he pointed to the president of the board, and the president of the board was like, well, I ain't got elected in yet. And then, like, 30 minutes later, he got elected in, and then he still wouldn't answer the question either. And that's why they're not here now, because it's like they fear that they can't give us answers. That's what this is about. It's like if it was their money, what would they do? That's the whole thing. If it was their money, what would they do?
Their money, it's your money, you're all home.
But still, it ain't affecting them. What decision is affecting them? It ain't affecting them.
Well, everything that they decide affects all.
It affects us more than it affects them.
Well,
Because they keep doing it.
well, I mean, in all fairness.
They keep doing it. Like, you check out the $1.5 million to put us more and more in debt. It's like, I just wish they'd give us a solid plan on when this stuff is going to get done. The questions are answered, and they're doing actually what we asked them to do. That makes more sense. But what is that going to do? Nothing. But it's the same question I had last December. There's nothing got answered. It's like you guys want to part out of the justice. So it's not like I'm trying to take it out of you. It's not that. It's just not thinking reasonably and not trying to actually do budgeting with the money to make things cost efficient. It's like they toss through it and everything just keep going up. They give us one projection and then it's totally past what it was. It's like, come on, man, like what are y'all actually doing? Like this ain't making no sense. And then you see the stuff about the courtesy patrol, but they only got to go through a subdivision one time. They work how many hours? 8 to 12? Come on, they can go through this whole thing at least 5 or 6 different times. Easily. I've been security in the military for years. Come on, it doesn't matter. Anything can happen. But if we paying them all this money and you barely seem like that guy just stayed up the road in that bag, we all sitting in here. It goes like that every night, all night, every day, all day. Parking violation. It's like, when they gonna actually do their job and we paying the money?
Well, they have that.
Oh, they just want to maintain the parking. Oh, maintain all the. So what we need them? They're not here for crime. What are they doing? They're not here for crime. We got the police. What are they here for? You saying they're not here for that? What I'm saying. So what are they here for? That means that the city needs to come do their job.
All I was gonna say is, I feel like, I don't wanna get into like a back and forth with you guys. I know how.
And what have they done? You have stuff going on all the time. What are they here for? That's all I'm asking. What are they actually here for? If somebody broke in my house right now, what are they gonna do? Observe and report it. Man, you know how many times I left my alarm on and made it go off to see if they're gonna respond? You know how many times? I just did it recently, last weekend. Just did it recently. Didn't nobody show up to my house. So what are they here to do? That's what I'm saying. If they only got to go through a subdivision one time and they should, they ain't doing nothing to provide courtesy to the subdivision. If they only got to run, that's in the handbook. Hold on, that's in the book. They only get to run through that one time and that's it in a whole shift. What are they patrolling to see? If they only got to go through that one time.
They don't have to respond for
Information that they're only roving.
We brought it up last December. They was like, how I was saying too, how they be in these different sections sleep. What's the issue with that? And then the guy said that, well, we got tracking devices on the vehicle. So we like, well, if you got tracking devices on the vehicle, why you pulling to the side to tell me I need to contact y'all to report that they somewhere in a corner of dark crevice sleep? That makes no sense.
So we do have a beacon system where.
So you don't see them sitting down there in that deep cut right down there sleeping at night. You saying you got a tracking device, but that means that the vehicle is not moving. So you shouldn't see that. But I was in the time.
Option to take a break. However, if they're sitting up there, they could be reporting something on their phones because all of their devices are with the Vision phone where they have to write up the report. So if you're seeing an officer sitting for a long period of time, that's something that they could be possibly doing. I was at the annual meeting last year. I was the director of operations, and I opened up for anybody to communicate to me when they do not see our officers doing what they're supposed to be doing.
If you was there last year, man, with all due respect, if you was there last year, you heard what I said.
I did hear you. I was sitting right up next to management. I know I didn't talk to you. I'm saying though, at that particular moment, after that comment was made, I did make it aware that any homeowner could advise and or let us know what the situations were. I, at the time, was getting the reports of our officers and where they were. We switched over to the Vision system for that particular purpose because we wanted our officers to be able to check in at every location while they were on property because of the comment that you did make. So we did listen to you. We did put in policy and procedures so that we could ensure that the officers were where they were supposed to be at their scheduled time. I've never heard that the officers on their specific shift was only going into communities one time. I've never heard that.
I said it last December.
Okay.
It's a fact. I got cameras on my home.
Okay.
They do not come through there like they
So they're going into your specific street. That's when you see.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not just here making this up. Me and my wife go out. We can leave like in the middle, like what, 8:30, 9 o'clock. Go anywhere in Las Vegas. 2 or 3 hours. They come back and the truck's still sitting in the same spot. What the hell you recording in 3.5 hours? Yes, they still doing it. I wouldn't be complaining if they couldn't, man. They still doing it. They're not doing their job. And we're paying them every year and they in our budget. That's what I'm saying.
But do you realize that there are 2 officers that are roving this community? So if you see one vehicle that may be sitting there, do you know that another vehicle could be sitting in the same particular area? I'm sorry?
You don't come out this way.
There's 2 roving. They're crossing each other as well as they're.
I would not be sitting here talking about this if it wasn't traffic. I would not.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to go. I'm just trying to provide you some background, and you're not allowing me to.
Y'all say the same stuff in December. That's what I'm saying. You saying the same thing that the guy said last December. That is what I'm talking about. You saying this saying that you asking me to
But
listen, but
what we don't want to have right now is this back and forth like this. If really,
Why is it that I'm complaining about something a year from last year, and it's still the same thing going on?
I-
And you giving me the same thing that you said last year, and then my ball head got said.
again, that goes back to you coming into the office and sitting down with us. Let's talk. Please.
It's talking on that.
Look, it's where it starts.
I feel like
That's where it starts.
This is gonna resolve the
I
problem.
feel like by you bringing up,
Just to hear a city talk like this, if it ain't gonna resolve the problem, what's the point?
but I feel like
Tell me the same thing a year straight. Yes,
I
right.
feel-
A year straight.
based off of what you said last year about the courtesy patrol sitting in one particular area, there was a resolution to that. We put a tracking system in. But if you're only seeing one particular vehicle and not understanding that there are multiple vehicles that are roving the association,
I don't see it. I don't see it in my neighborhood.
okay.
Well,
Well,
we're not going to say anything that's going to make this.
I can tell you this here. This how much I know how much they roam in the neighborhood. It's only 1 or 2 specific ones that I actually see, and the other ones they do not come through. They do not come through. That's what I'm saying. I got facts on this. I ain't making this up to sit and try to go back and forth and make y'all feel like going back and forth. I'm
Understood,
speaking
sir.
facts.
Yes.
That's all I'm
Understood.
doing is speaking facts. I want to see him come and just talk to be talking. I'm speaking facts. It's only, and if all of them was lined up here, I can pick out the 2 guys that I see that actually come through our subdivision. I can pick them out. I ain't making this up.
And I'm not saying that you are, but you also have park officers. You are going to see the same one in the same P2 vehicle for the same officers because those are their specific positions. And those are the ones that are specifically roving the association. So yes, you are going to have a familiarity with specific officers because that's what they're supposed to be doing. But if you have a flex officer that you're not familiar with because that P1 officer may be on PTO or whatever the situation may be, you're not going to be familiar with that individual. But that doesn't mean that
No, I'm not saying familiarity. I'm just saying who I see.
I-
That's what I'm saying. It's like this. If you got different workers doing different things, and then everything's supposed to still sync to what the mission of their courtesy patrol is, then it's not getting done. That's all I'm saying. Regardless how you're trying to make it sound, and it's not. This is just me saying what I witnessed. And this been all the last year and this year. That's what I'm saying. It's been going on 2 years.
Question on the control. One of the things you read all the time in the progress post, not your website, but the other one, is people leave the garage doors open by accident, or for whatever reason doesn't close. And you could be excused. Why is it not a courtesy patrol drives through and sees them? And they don't notify their residents.
they actually
I'm gonna tell you what, they've never tried to notify me. I did it. I have cameras everywhere. And, here's the scary thing. I went back and looked at my cameras because they record continuously, like days in there. Truck went by twice that night. So I could see it right from my camera over my shoot down the garage. Never called them by me. They can get anybody's phone number. If not, it might be crazy, but you knock on the door to control your garage is open. That would stop some of the theft and burglaries that are going on in the front that happened the other night. And the other people with the truck stolen was the last night or the night before. I don't know if you caught that one up yet, but it's picking up, and these are kind of things that would make a difference. The other question I would ask is, since we've adopted the budget, we have approximately $395,000 savings due to COVID for the period of time. What did they decide to allocate the savings to? But how can they adopt a budget when you have $400,000 in suspense? I mean, seriously, come on, Tasha, you know that doesn't make any kind of sense.
So to answer your first question, in regards to they typically, and I will get with the account manager, but they typically are supposed to leave a door hanger on the homeowner's door should they not be available. Typically, when we receive those responses, if we do have the homeowner's contact information, we do reach out to the homeowner. I know that I've personally done that because a neighbor has contacted me and said, hey, I've noticed that courtesy patrol was just over there. I don't know if you have their contact information, but I live at this particular address. My neighbor left their garage door open. We look into our system and we do try to contact that homeowner if we do have their contact information.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, you ain't helping them out.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Let's look at common sense approach. How hard is it? They don't have access to anybody's phone number.
They don't. No, not on our. No, they don't have access to our software. They only have access to their vision software. They should be. Like I said, that should be their protocol. That they typically leave a door hanger when they try to make. Hold, but let me just finish, Mr. Bennett. You said they should make contact. They should try to notify that homeowner. And typically, what happens is if they go up to the door, they knock on the door. If the homeowner is not answering, they leave a door hanger letting them know that we were on site trying to make contact with you. A lot of times, people leave their car's door open. They close the car doors and they leave a door hanger, whether it be in their trunk or inside of the vehicle, letting them know courtesy patrol was here and we're the ones that closed that car from being open or exposed. So they do have a protocol for it. If they're not happening at 2 o'clock, by all means, I will be more than happy to have a conversation with courtesy patrol account manager to ensure that all officers, whether it be a flex officer or somebody that's here currently, consistently, they should be.
I know it happened to me twice, and I saw it. I never got a door knocker. Nobody ever tried to contact me.
Okay.
I just stay at point blank, and that's the best way to monitor your patrol. How many times I see it. There are nights my cameras, because I look at them all the time, because we've got a couple hits and misses in there. Malicious mischievous, I call it, because I live right next to the wash. And I watch for 2 or 3 days, and I will never see a patrol guy come through. And it's real simple. When my cameras are, I can read. Not even right on his truck. And even when they have their rental vehicles or the other
Something
vehicles.
happens, yeah. They have a, yeah.
So, okay, enough of that one for me. Anyway, again, I go back to, they're gonna decide, they've approved the budget, the $400,000 in suspense, not having an idea. They're gonna approve a budget, but they're gonna be 400 grand to sit there for, figure out what they're
So
gonna
they
do
did
next.
have over and put that into the reserves or pay down the loan. I know that was something that they were discussing. They just haven't said, yes, this is exactly what we're going to do at this particular.
Okay, so, but they've adopted the budget.
That's right. Correct.
The budget's been adopted, with the $400,000 in suspense. Okay? And I think one of the things we asked at that last meeting,
We don't know that it's going to be published. We just know that it's
well, based upon the last, from the finance committee and everything else, it was
Well, that was
395,000.
the savings that they found for 20.
I understand that, others,
But that's the surplus for next year, possibly, under their recommendation.
Oh.
I just wanted to.
no, I understand that, but I also remember being at the board, online, watching that whole thing. And they came up with, close to about $400,000 in savings because of COVID. And that came out of the finance committee, and I watched that at nauseam. Okay? And that should have been done 3 months beforehand, but whatever. All I'm going back to is, has anybody even considered, and this I find again, why we should know why the big separation in the bid? Because of $370,000, I would take 400 grand like I recommended last time. Get all the irrigation fixed. We're $125,000 over on water. And, you know, if I wanted to be real SOB, I'd call the water police up from Las Vegas Water, tell them that we're violating everything. Fines you people would get would be staggering. But they find homeowners for wasting water. We're $125,000 over budget. And that was through what, September? What's the rest of the year going to be? And it's not looking any better for next year. So you're talking about $125,000 over budget. That's just waste. And what was it the year before? I mean, we haven't hit.
So you would like to see the board put that towards.
Well, I would like to know why there's a $377,000 separation, because if Gothic is real and Gothic did, at least for Lennar, all the front landscaping for every home in my division and several others, anything that was Lennar, Gothic did it all. I know one of the board members has got a big issue with Gothic. I get that. Okay, that guy probably will be gone after today, so we can move along with the program. Having said that, you look at it. We're borrowing. Well, our loan's close to $500,000 now.
It's a little over.
Okay, that's what, 4.99 interest rate. I think it was about 5% for round number. I think that's the correct number. Okay, so you're looking at $25,000 a year for juice. And what's the term of the loan? How many years?
10 years.
Okay, so we're looking at compounded out. Like $250,000 in interest over 10 years. So I get why you want to pay that down, but then I got to look at the water bill. It's going to continue for the next 3 years or 4 years based upon the fact that it's how long they're budgeting to fix all the irrigation issues. If you compound that out, and we're $125,000 on average a year for the next 3 years, that's $375,000.
So the devil's in the details. Okay? I would like to see the landscaping and the water get fixed and the irrigation get fixed once for all. We don't go over budget 125 or better thousand. You get another hot year like last year. Plus, maybe you can or cannot answer this. I'm not holding good. Why are we watering in the summer 6 days a week? When they changed it, we were still watering on Saturday. And when they changed the first time, which I think was September 1 or October 1, it goes down to 3 days a week. And you guys are still watering 4 or 5 days.
They have.
They haven't
I
been.
don't walk the neighborhood
Yeah.
arguing with them. I see them running all the time. There's no big no shit.
And then the other thing, if you want, Jack, again, it's going to be a board issue that probably won't be resolved. I'm watching them plant all these different kinds of plants and stuff like that, microscopic size. And it's all inconsistent. If you go down the parkways, like just go down Elkhorn from here to Hualapai, and you look at the hodgepodge of inconsistent landscape. I mean, and then you put stuff in that doesn't even get a shot at growth. We tear up and replace more landscaping around here. So, well, I understand flowering stuff and other stuff to keep it pretty, like, most of your Sunday HOVs, they all change the entryway stuff. I got that. But I just look at,
Just so you know, like on Elkhorn and on Hualapai in that median, that it actually redid that because they washed that happened a couple of years. Even though we provided them with our guideline as far as what the tile was, they put in whatever they wanted to and tried to match as best as possible. And that happens a lot around here when Clover Cable comes out and they tear up our street. We're the last ones to know about it. We actually go after them for replacement and things of that nature. We try to put them in like with Brightview as Brightview is here. But at that point, it's particularly too late. And so then we end up having to get a reimbursement back for landscaping that was initially ours. So we understand that there is construction, but a lot of the construction does not have to do with us as Providence or Brightview actually replacing those areas.
I remember correctly, any outside contractor for the city, they have to give you notice.
They do. And we typically get notice while they're already on site.
Well, that's it.
And there's an issue. And then when it happens, we have done that in the past. We've definitely had to contact legal counsel to ensure that that doesn't happen, which is what happened with the Elkhorn wash and the other issue that was on Jarrell with the turning lane. Those things happen after the fact.
Well, the turning lane was a disaster. I remember this my dad on the day.
The city.
I get that. It was a bad, but overall, like I said, is not transparent. I get it. The problem is, we can't get a board member to show up at an AC meeting or an action committee. When was the last time a board member showed up at at least 6 meetings or longer? That's ridiculous. And Neil's assigned it. So, either he needs to walk away from it and somebody else goes. Or get rid of the committee, because the committee is useless without a board member.
The election, this one obviously nobody has.
So, that's Kevin, so. It's disrespectful.
Sometimes with new homeowners are overwhelmed by the package that they've received, including their CC&Rs, especially with having 2 sub-associations or 2 associations, period. And a lot of times, some of our information just does not get answered to. Sometimes we don't get that homeowner information sheet that we require for homeowners to provide us with information. And so when we're looking up a homeowner's account and they call us into the office, we ask them what's a telephone number for us to be able to verify, or an email, so that we know that we're talking to the deeded owner of that particular property. If we don't have that information, then we do request that information at that particular time, so that if we do have an emergency, we do have to reach out, we do have the most up-to-date contact information.
Well,
be able to get that from their payments and not their contact information. And once we get, and it just depends on how they pay. If somebody goes online to make a payment, they're going through Union Bank. They're not going through the sub association or the association. If they set up ACH, all that is their account number, their name, their address, and their banking information. None of that has their telephone numbers for us to reach out or an email address.
What is the percentage? 5% of the $5,100 roughly. You don't have contact information.
Some of it may be outdated. I mean, some of it, even though a homeowner could be here for 12 years and they've changed their number 5 times, they don't think necessarily to contact the HOA and give them the new updated contact information. Yes, sir.
So.
It's in the back of the thing. And we do, in the Weekly Gazette, we do. We, even with the Providence, the Oxford Commons Chronicles and the Eastern, we do ask for updated information.
How, like, that's what I'm saying, like how you said that now, that budget, people don't want to see the budget. Add in that way too, to, hey, put the contact information out or email it to this email or something like that as well, because the more, the better, because you gotta think about this, like, these things been coming out in the last couple of years. Sometimes you guys put stuff in, and sometimes it's nothing. Like, it's a waste of paper. Because I get some people that won't take the time to look at it, because it's the trash, because, you know, out in Vegas, everybody knows the mailbox get full of junk mail. So, you see what I'm saying? So they actually just came in like in a paper form, like, hey, you know, with the budget, the annual budget or something, hey, email your contact information to this email, something like that. It could be even easier for people to give the information. Everybody can get contact.
So in our weekly Gazette, I'm not sure if you received that, but that's a weekly publication that we send out to the homeowners. So long as we do have their updated email addresses and they are, signed up for the Providence website. So they do get that information, and we do consistently ask for updated contact information. It's a weekly newsletter. It's emailed. It's an e-blast that we get every week, that we send out every week. Exactly. No, I know. And that's why we send it in that form that you have it there. So we do try to communicate on various, levels. But to your point, if somebody thinks that it's the same rhetoric and they don't want to look at it and they throw it away, and then we're sending it on a face that they don't look at, how else are we supposed to communicate? We're doing our best to communicate. But again, it's just really up
It's
to.
not your fault. That's it. You do your best for that one. Get there. You're right. Several people, a lot of people still don't have even.
Yes, sir. Did you have a question? I'm sorry. I couldn't answer to that, sir. I don't know. It's kind of like why some of the other homeowners are doing it. I have no idea. No, it's an annual meeting for the whole board. It's not a board meeting where we need a quorum of the board, so they don't necessarily have to come if they choose not to. If they cared about
Yeah, that's highly suspect. Like I say, it's just I do the process. I'm new to this community. I've lived here since April, which is my first annual meeting. And I'm kind of disappointed when I'm seeing. I've watched all the meetings on the online. Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to stand up and actually demonstrate the leadership they've been elected to.
Is the January meeting going to be in person?
So we haven't made a final decision on that, but we're hoping so.
I will tell you right now that if it's not, I will be filing a lawsuit on my dime. Okay, this is ridiculous. You have more than you can propose. No.
talk to the board and
Well, it's not my decision, but yes, we already have been in discussions about it. And I understand that you need to do whatever you feel
no,
like you
but
need to
there's
do.
no reason you can't use the elementary school as your multi-purpose room like they did for the election. Okay,
Yeah,
and then you can have 150 people socially distanced with ease in there.
understood. I understand, sir.
Why not think out of the box?
Nobody said we're not.
Look, the last three meetings, since Sisselback allowed 50, you could have opened that place up and had 35 in there and the rest, okay? And you take reservations. Instead, no, they do it on YouTube, and it's great. You can ask a question that you have to submit ahead of time, blah, blah, blah. And to come back, you give the answer, okay? And then there's no rebuttal or you can't come back with any. Okay, so there's no discussion. It's a one-way street.
Well, I mean, okay, I understand and I hear what you're saying, and absolutely, I understand you saying you want in person. Just to be very clear about the homeowner open forum at the regular session meetings, those are not a Q&A. Those are homeowner open forum, a time for homeowners to make comment on things either on the agenda item at the beginning or anything they want at the end. The board is not required to engage with the homeowners, and I'm not saying that's out of disrespect at all. I'm just letting you know that that is
I
not a
understand that,
requirement for
but
them.
unfortunately for you, is our board members all have big mouths and they can't wait to dive in. And when Larry was here, he was the sixth board member. Okay? So I politely told him one night that I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the board. You're a manager. Hearing the board wants to have you answer the question, that's good. So again, there's no reason you cannot have it in person. Because we don't know who's paying attention half the time. The last one of our board members, the man would come out, that I almost flipped out when after that budget committee had worked their butts off for hours and hours plus all the prep time. And the comment from one board member was, we need to speed this along. I'm not interested. And move the board and the budget in, move to do this, and this. Okay? So, you're looking at the budget though, and I'm looking at your proposed 2021.
Or can we just really quickly just go back to, your comment regarding the schools and asking the schools or facilities that we have in there because of COVID that they're denying us requests right now. So I want to let you know that we definitely are thinking outside the box and different options. But anyway, that's that. Let's move on.
You can still have 35 in your book.
I just wanted to make sure.
I got that. Okay. There's been 2 events that have been held in the multi-purpose room besides the election. There's the school is renting it out because there's custodians are on duty. Custodians open it up, do your thing, they clean it up and close it down.
For these meetings? So the board, they're definitely there for their board meeting, right? So, but this is actually these meetings that happen annually. Hold on, Mr. Bennett, let me just say what I'm saying. So these meetings, understand that the board members are board members at their board meetings. This is not a board meeting. This is an annual exercise. They are homeowners just like everybody else.
It seems.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I've been on a lot of boards. I always.
No one to do that. Why would they
Yeah, just
want to-
because
somebody
the
else?
only reason they were there last year because the year prior to that, there was one guy with
Yeah, because they have to-
Yeah.
they have to-
I give it to somebody like Walt or something like that, but he has to work with the doc. And I get that, some people, but those board members out of just respect should show up. But last year they were all there because of the music.
My biggest experience with HOA was that HOA contracts with the management. That's the same arrangement in this community. So then you guys, so what kind of input as professional managers that you give the board in terms of how you conduct yourself in your community and get the best response in terms of people respecting what you're doing and understanding what you're doing? What role does your company play in trying to impact or if the community elects to say, hey, you want to be successful at this, this is what you should do.
Decide on that, and if you get an estimate to start, that would be over that petition to the division, and say, we want to start this process. And then they start the process, and then everybody for the removal, and then Attorney Kendrick level back in favor to remove it. If we only get questions that says, yes, we want to remove it, another 2 to 3 years. So that's what they're for everyone. But there's so many different journeys. We're such a diverse community, you know, a lot of people are they have a demographic that are wired to train. So they like and so some of this attention is oh yeah, exactly. But like I said, you know, right? How do you think this conversation doesn't like, you know, the circus. I'm not business, but I
No, it's not saying that it's
portion goes to I feel like I'm paying for something I've never enjoyed. And so that's where
it's real simple.
we have a demographic that can enjoy.
And I think everybody else like that. I can get you a net income or a house of zero, but you already know you're gonna be stuck. It's not even worth the time.
Early years.
You can't get it done. Okay? Wow.
Exactly.
They will answer you. Trust me. No, they're clueless. Trust me. They are. And hopefully the other guys on finance guy, design. So hopefully next year, the other 3 will be behind the left. It was 3 to 1 to year long, but you have to have your money under the chain. To get rid of that, she makes the lunch.
But you know, also there is, you know, this community that, you know, like for 13 years, they've never had it. And so if I used to never have to pay a cost of living increase and then all of a sudden I have to pay it.
The only time it's
Now
started
it's
out
like,
was
oh my God.
They never had anything to it.
How long have you lived
It's taken a lot of people that they don't listen. What happens
Okay,
to us?
so this is a little bit more,
Yeah, I think so.
I love
You have all of that, and it never is prosperous. And I'm still people that don't look at the budget. I don't have to be there.
Get out of the store, have a little picnic under the gazebo and stuff. Westwood, come on. Down there, past.
They don't see that, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, now
So my camera's a lot. And there days they'll have 2 to 3 days in there, 4 days, 2 days. First, I understand you forget, but 95% of people up here
it just depends on their amenity. It depends on their amenities that they have, but like, I know Northern Tier, they're high too, they're like, And some are like,
Total or 100?
I think it's like
added?
$100, like $120. So there's two that they have. But like if you're a smaller one, you might be $40, $50 a month.
Oh, but most people do have a second one
Yes, if you live in here, you have a second.
in Providence.
If you live in
Okay.
Providence, you have a
So
second.
there's not any areas that don't have.
Nope. Everyone has a
Okay, so they've got that 60 plus whatever area.
correct.
So the average then for the low, on the low ball is what? 80 a month?
I would even say like 40 or 50. Because there's some, there's
Somebody named Boston, 60.
yeah, so it's like,
100, so it starts, so for close, the low is gonna be 100 and then the high maybe 200.
correct. Yeah.
I was just kind of wondering what it costs. Ours is really low and we don't have a ton of amenities.
Right, right. And that's with all of the HOAs, you know, it's really dependent upon the amenities that you have. If you have a gate, like a vehicle gate, they're
Oh, yeah.
expensive.
Oh, yeah, I
But if
know,
you
our
only
community's
have-
been wanting to put one in, but
It's super
gonna-
expensive.
pretty,
It's
it's
super
only two
expensive.
gates.
Yeah.
We only have like 5, 200.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
Yeah.
it's like small.
Yeah.
But even with that, you get the same. They're not sending it sound.
Oh, yeah.
I just didn't want to be rude.
So you guys just, I'm not gonna get on the mic. Can everybody hear me okay, I think? We've got 3 ballot counters and I think, I'm not exactly sure what the exact ballot count is, but I know that members of the 617 votes came in. So at the time, like you guys were asking, oh, how come they haven't started counting? They were actually still counting ballots that had come in. So we had to get that official count before we could start. But I suspect it'll probably take them between 2 to 3 hours to count all of those ballots, because management is not allowed to help. So it's just going to be those 3. So just to let you guys know, I think we have a food truck coming at 3 o'clock. I wish. I don't make that much money, okay?
That's pretty good. We can all agree on that. The corn dog guy is.
The corn dog guy is great. And you guys are swatters, please help yourself. And you can feel free to come and go. Once you leave, you can always come back. You know, we're here until the end, no stamps
The
required.
sad part is only 618 basic people voted out of 58.
I know. I know.
And that's why, yeah, you take all the crap, I get it. But at the end of the day, you're never, that's the problem with Nevada, you're never gonna get 50 plus.
I know.
Never, okay? And the only way you gotta do it seriously, and you know this, you've been at this a long time, you got a pretty good track record. I will say you're best, prove it over Larry. No, I've never heard you yet. Yeah, well, not only taking questions, you put up with crap, but you've never told a homeowner, shut up.
No.
The biggest thing I can suggest to you guys, and I know it's a tough nut, and it's irrespective of who you end up hiring, but this CCMC or this one or the other one, okay? First and foremost, somehow you've got to get it to the board's head, okay? That they need to be open. Why, like example, Vince have been in there, and I can just go back. Why it's different. And I guarantee you at the January.
So from my understanding of that my person had is some of the tenants in the law put in that. And from my understanding, they
But I will respectfully ask you this question, okay? So if they want the maintenance contract and they're willing to lower, they're 2 separate individuals, they're 2 separate different bids, okay? So if they bid 370,000, whatever their number was, to do all the irrigation repair, that has nothing to do at the end of the day with the maintenance. They're sold separate bids.
So we didn't know that. Of course, the student concept
But is it contingent upon them getting the maintenance contract?
Yes.
So it says on their bid, that it's contingent. And it's Brightview, who's is the other bid for the irrigation? And is Brightview come in with two separate bids or one?
That's what I think too. And there's other ancillary.
So,
Well, it can't be more than 10% is what it should normally. Well, yeah, you're correct.
They can lose the project.
Well, we had $1 million bids just for city, when we built our city hall. I know, so what I'm saying is, as a mayor, I'm looking at all these bids again, I'm in my finance department and I go, well, tell you why, this and this one ain't gonna happen because I've got my homework on it and they average 28% change order dollars. Okay, on every contract they do. They actually, we don't, I get that. Okay? But as far as the rock goes, I mean, they could be 100, 200 tons light on the rock and that's, $5 grand. So
Rock is so expensive.
I just did my whole house again, okay, and it's $25 a ton to deliver. Okay, and my landscaping, but it is. Wait for the corn dog guy at 3 o'clock.
I know, the corn dog guy's coming.
He was great in the summertime with the corn dog guy.
Oh, was he? Is he a regular at the Trucking Tuesdays?
Usually, or he's every other, if he's not here, he's on some corner or
Oh, I'm
something.
gonna have to check it out. I've heard the best things.
Well, no,
about
he,
that. So,
just today is the corn dog guy.
so it's just a corn dog guy. We literally reached out to every vendor we know, and we're good with these food trucks. We've got great relationships with everybody. We did. We contacted them plenty
They're good.
early.
They've
I think
also,
that because of COVID, they've really been busy. People look at it because it's so easy to the social distance.
the other problem with them also is there are times when they come out to these kind of things,
Yeah.
their attendance is not good and they can back.
It happens.
Well, no, the corn dog guy is reasonable, but I mean, at the end of the day, when they had the tie truck out, they had the rolling food trucks. Come up with that. And it was not off the chart pricing. If you ever go to Albertsons and, or Smith's and on private Albertsons, they ever have that, chowder guy, there's a lobster this, man, that chowder dish is to die for. You get a pork for $7. And it's so funny. It's great. But, I mean, that's the kind of stuff. The frustration I've had with Woodward, I'm the reason that both is failed when they did. Okay.
Give me your history.
Let's see. Okay. I got my fellow from the University of California, Gary Anderson School of Business. Started as a Led Zeppelin for 5.5 years.
What?
I did lights and sound for them.
Stop it. My husband would die right now. That is his be all end all. They are the greatest band that ever existed in the history of bands.
Well, anyway, I was with them, and then they became Swan Song. We signed Paul Rogers, and then
Can you guys leave us? Oh, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming out. You're welcome. Thank you.
I just parted ways with this. As we get back.
Down the aisle to for my wedding.
I want.
Branyard, is it Branyard?
Branyard.
Branyard, yes. Oh, it's so beautiful. I've heard it.
This is the return tour. They made 12 of these jerseys.
you like Jason Moran? I love him. He's one of my favorites for sure.
Okay, this was, I framed it, this is 75 George jockey. There's like 12 of those issues. So somebody told me, careful, she came to me on a sleep. She said, Led Zeppelin. She died.
You said, well, that'd be Joseph Heights.
So I
Show you where it is,
So
right?
I said, and what does that say on the sleeve? They were all numbered. Here's 12. I got number 11.
That's amazing.
Crazy. I gave it up for the bucks.
I was just gonna say, I know there was
I
one.
understand something. Okay. Loudest concert I ever did was in Apollo Stadium in Brazil for 126,000 people. And I was pushing 135 dB on the front of the stage. The sound guy over there will tell you 135 dB will make you deaf. God, yes. So I can still hear. But anyway, so then I started a pension company, got out of that, went to law school. So I become a pathologist.
That was a good one.
So,
I was like, wow, what did you hospital?
I had a dog that I did them some way, and I couldn't keep her. She never got much to work. So I graduated and I decided before making the first vegetarian diet for dogs, vegan market. And I developed Hyman Rice, came out with medicine, spices, all that other stuff, single source protein, all natural preserved stuff. See, H's recipe that sold it to Heinz in 1996. 6 months with that, they wanted me out of that. So I took an $845 million business and we grew it in 5 years. I said, we have guys that do all that stuff. When they sold it back, I see you later, bye. So then I got a call from my buddy Chris Roberts, manager of that company. I need some help. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you. I need somebody to do merchandise. You have no idea how much money is merchandise. Maybe you do, but we would average 30,000 to 40,000 a night for merchandise. T-shirts, those $30 shirts you buy that cost us $5.
I know. That you keep for the rest of your life.
So anyway, I said, okay, where do I need to be? He says, Michigan. I said, but we playing with Leonard Skinner. And I said, I'm there. And I've known those cunts forever. It's a really close concern. So the best story I can tell you about all of that is did the LA Forum and Joe Walsh. And Joe Walsh asked to close one night. Shit, we get out of here early. So I'm watching all this account and going by Louis on count everything by it, and all of a sudden we all see Ringo Starr come along. Okay, it's kind of skating match time, okay? And then we see the second set of drums getting set up, we know he's playing. So now we're all sitting in the road case inside the stage. And Joe Walsh was on it. Joe Walsh is not close to us. He's got to have all the backup singers and all the dancers and stuff. It doesn't make sense because he's an evil for Christ's sake. So then he does his first 7 songs that he brings up to us. Happens nuts. And we had sold out for 18,132 people for a 40-plus-year-old band. I mean,
That's unbelievable. What a career, huh?
Well, Paul's great. So I make a long story short. Then he brings up Glenn Fry's kid. And should play guitar with him. So the house goes bananas. Then we couldn't figure it out until we realized that the Box Sisters, one's married to Ringo, one's married to Joe Walsh. So we finally figured out, but Ringo didn't look up to him. Skinner is still great. I did them at 2 years ago in October. Then we did I did Irvine Meadows, did Paul Rogers, Annie Wilson from Martin, whole thing.
Oh, wait a minute. Is she the?
No, Annie Wilson's lead singer.
Okay,
That's
it's
the
her
voice.
sister.
And Nancy's the lead guitar. Oh, yeah, guitar. So anyway, Howard Lacey used to be their guitarist for like 20 years. Okay. Been playing with Bad Company now forever. And then Todd Running, who replaced Boz, played the guitar. He was bass player, dropped into the heart attack like in the 60s. So Todd came in and replaced him. Simon's still with him. Mick Brown's went on for he had a massive stroke in England, so he's gone. He was the other team in charge for months. So, but so I tell you though, some of the best months that we've had to do. Is great. Annie is a little bit out of her game. She's just freaked out. I mean, she played up here. Joe Jet opened for her. Joe Jet for us a couple times. She came out. Red out. Kick stock. And I don't know what you're trying to think. I'm sure you think. Here's a guy. I got stuck doing him one night. And I had to revert back to my knees. You know who that is?
Who is that?
Billy Bob Gordon.
Shut it.
And the boxers. He's talented as hell.
I know, right?
Well,
We want to come.
the last gig we did up here is we did with Skinner in October. And then everything's been canceled. I talked to Live Nation because they want me to do some other stuff, merchandising stuff.
What's that virtual? A lot of companies trying to do virtual stuff right
You know what? It's great. Keith Urban's got the best one down when he did the stick in Australia. He played each year and then superimposed, re-recorded over each other, and then dubbed everything. It's phenomenal.
He's amazing.
Yeah, but here's what I was doing before this. I've got 4 documentaries. My most famous documentary is 4 dogs Americans Without Heroes, but all the dogs in service work. And that came out in 1999. And I got a cable ace and all that stuff. We just had a 20th anniversary because we had on the March Air Force Base, together in Fort Benning, Georgia, in Sacrifice Field. And we're going to have one at Riverside National Cemetery, the last one. And at the same time, Tom Schomburg did the Rock Music, did all the stuff. He's a Native American Indian. You got just Google Native American on board. You see this thing, it's absolutely incredible monument you've ever seen in your life. Anyway, so we raised $1.5 million now to get it the next step. It's already paid for, it's been built, it's done. But to put it in a military cemetery like Riverside National, which but it's full of 100 million veterans buried in it. So, when I was in Riverside, I satellite.
Do you miss California? You live Vegas?
I just like being I clean house.
Yeah.
You got rid of all the toys, got rid of big houses, big acreage. We just had, I got my 40-foot motor home, and that's it.
Wow.
Oh, thank you.
You guys know so much.
You got somebody who your husband would freak out on. I did have here. How about Dan Crosby? 78 years old, 18 at one time. He does a ballroom at I get called in at the last minute. The TV says, we need help. There's nobody here to do this and this. Crosby used to live about 4 miles right from California. He was a farm. So he came out and blew the house. Just the house down. He calls it a night. He goes up and they turn all the lights on in the room. And he just says, I just walk downstairs. I used to tell him to be outside. You know how to sound something?
Yeah.
Here's something you're gonna use 5 cameras. Oh, here. You love it. You've probably seen this.
I know, seriously.
Over the hills is far away.
You're like, that would kind of make sense.
There you go. I said his grandkids,
Yeah.
get him off stage. It's the herb.
Like that. Sometimes I miss that. It'd be pretty good.
Well, we said his grandkids to get him off stage. All right. Cynthia's taking out. Paul has had a great right. He's 74 years old. No, he's healthier now. Compared to what he was. So, here you go. This is taking the last row of the house. Last row of the house at the MGM Grand. That's the last row of the house. So you don't have to spend $15 million. I'll show you where they should get seen.
Pretty good. Not bad.
Now, the last time I did Paul was 3 years ago at the Grand Line Joint Jazz Festival. And he was a featured act. And what I really did is the next day, to close Stevie Wonder. And the rage. Where we were walking around the racetrack, right up to here, in the cancer.
I always wanted to go to that.
It's insane. I tell you what, it's insane when it doesn't rain. Because there's no reserve anything. The mark gets fine. Put your stuff down, everybody leaves alone. But I couldn't believe it as I'm walking by the stage on the first day, and I'm going, they're predicting this winter, man. You've got all these kids laying flat on the ground. I mean, how you doing? So the next day it starts to rain, and I went there and proceed something up for their actions. You know, during the day they have 3 stages going in 3 different directions, and when they have big actors in their faces. So it's really amazing how that was. All of a sudden I start to hear the Huns coming. Oh, the ground is coming in a hurry because stuff's getting back. And all of a sudden you start to hear the rattling, and all of a sudden they're using a triumph system. They use my favorite word to this day was JBL 2440 pressure drivers. Cleanest, sweetest sound ever. Using that 275 drivers. It just doesn't get better than that. And all of a sudden, I just heard a whole thing. That company I used to change this up. And then that these guys. I walked by as we were leaving. We saw the cave. We submerged. Who's going nuts? You think? You know, even the stage was probably 80% covered.
Going anywhere in the honest, man. You better have something on ground. Cemetery don't know where to go.
Oh, now you bury in concrete.
What they have to fix, David, is a big project, right?
It's the old Louisiana Downs racetrack.
Oh,
Louisiana Downs racetrack.
I've never been to that racetrack. Is that north of downtown area? There
Yeah.
is?
Here's Paul. Here's Simon here. That's what it looks like.
Oh, okay.
That's amazing.
You're just like, this is now the evil. The evil.
Yeah, it's like they never should.
Yes. street.
That's the guy should do, yeah, it's all that thing, so it's,
But it's equivalent to the 5K each street. The residents are really small.
I can't remember how many megapixels per inch, but it's hundreds of millions.
There's usually a big screen, you don't need them that close together because everybody's as far away.
But remember when you're shooting with the camera, okay, and you're all the way in the back, the distortion factor is just like, we used to use a lot of digital delay units to have pitch change on stage, but we also did digital delay. Because huge places, you get sound would be echoing from the delay up in the back. So you use digital delay unit and it compresses it. So what you're hearing in the last row is the same thing that people are hearing in the front row. Yeah. So, or we used to do fun things like Stairway to Heaven. When we did that as a viewing, we had a couple smoke machines occasionally. Stairway to Heaven. That was our big special event. But the greatest concert I ever did was Earl's Court, 1977. Last year's there. Only supposed to be 3 nights. We sold that stuff. We had 5. The last night they played for 3 hours and 53 minutes. 40 minutes. No. Well, they still had part of their catalog and they still played, but it was amazing. Absolutely. They were so tight, so much out. Then the last time I saw him, I did the 2007 reunion. It was the Ahmet Vertigan benefit. Jason Bottom played with him, and they did a couple hours. And the rehearsals ended right. We were going to do a 50-year reunion. Guys got into rehearsal. I got invited to work it. His voice crashed 5 weeks ago. He couldn't carry the range anymore. He figured what Frank used to be able to do. Yeah, but when he does Alice in House, yeah, so I mean, it's pretty sick. Led Zeppelin never won a Grammy. Oh, never won a Grammy. He goes out with Alice in House before. They never released a single. They never released a 3-minute radio song. Yeah, they used to be the days in the 70s and 80s for TV. You know, top 40 radio, KMT, KLOS, K-Rock. Only those stations were the other ones that they played out and played all this. You know, Joe Benson, Uncle Joe, is a good friend of mine. Same thing. So. Oh yeah, off the wall. Yeah. They got it for off the wall. No, I mean it's amazing. You know, you think of all of them that were out there. You look at the rock and roll. We're missing so much of you. 54 you had Elvis, 64 you had the Beatles. 70s, you had the heavy metal, you had the Zeppelin, Stones really took us, the Little People, Deep Purple, Tommy Gold, you know, all of those guys. Then everybody thought the Bay City Rollers was going to be there. Get that? What did we have? Rap kind of took a little bit. Where did it go? Well, I don't know. You know what? I said that the only rapper I can really listen to is Eminem. And if you listen to his White America, that is the most incredible rapper you can understand ever. And it's so true. White America, if you ever get a chance to do it, that's where, but you know, Snoop Dogg and the rest of it, you gotta forget about it. For me, it's amazing. I have a 35-year-old doctor daughter, and I have an autistic doctor. My younger daughter, she's got PhD, that's she does. And it was always my 60s, 70s, 80s. There's nothing that's coming good. Maria, Bruno 5 and Bruno Mars were about the closest anybody's really come, emulating some of the great guys in the 60s and 70s. When the Stones are gone, all the Zeppelin are gone, and you know, when Floyd was the Who, Springsteen, all there's nothing to replace it.
Animal habitat is part of the.
But then you had the endangered and the caliber types, you have the black salmon types, you have the far extreme level. Then you can go to, the 8 stage. Yeah, I grew up with, I worked with a lot of these people. The idiosyncrasies, I have 8 types of meat, some of them have be breeding. That's pretty well. Alice Cook was out there chopping chicken heads off. He is great. He puts out, when $1 billion Babies came out that album, that was just absolutely, he had more fun. I saw him I got to watch the show, I could see him perform. Yeah, $1 billion schools out stuff, and he comes over his makeup.
It was like shadow
Those just showed up. Or he had somewhere. We need the couch for you.
People left them. But I mean, I told them, I don't know. They say they were supposed to be a drop off.
Yeah, they are. There was, yeah, but they just took it. There's nobody here.
Well, maybe they could.
Oh, you have that. You don't have the side load.
I do. I just did it. So it was almost like a survey, like, hey, this is what we're gonna do.
Okay. Then they would also kind of broke it down. Right now, okay.
Go back. Thank you for being here today and setting this whole.
Yeah, no, glad to be here. I mean, it's sad that there's only 9 people here, but there are 9 people. But I guess they could only, I didn't understand what injection. I know with COVID, obviously, there's all the limitations, like you were saying. I don't know, I guess they couldn't have people there. Is that right? Oh, did they? Oh, I see.
See, I didn't really I just figured that
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I mean, I hope, gosh, numbers are going up again. Hopefully we can keep that 50. They brought it back to 50. Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, houses are holy. Over here, Carmen. Houses are holy.
1990. Oh, that's a cool picture too. I like the kids going up.
Hey, remember Levy Reimers? The Levy Braves? Going to California is a great one as well.
Which one you want? Going to California?
I'm not going to be here, so but that's another one. That's pretty acoustic. Telescope stage.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have such a dynamic song. I mean, they could do orchestra stuff. They have a lot of the strings in there. Some of the music. You like the ELO? I love the ELO.
Ian, never saw that phone. They're all dead now except for one. I remember when two of them came and formed Asia. They lasted 8 months. That was that.
So if you like, have you ever, you know, Lon Bronson band?
Oh, yeah, I see him all the time.
Yeah, down at the jazz.
Frankie Reno.
Oh, yeah.
I'm considered the bastard of that. I got a shit face one night when he was on stage singing.
Oh, is
He
that?
didn't scrounge around like I did. So I kept on sending him triple shots.
Oh,
So he.
oh, Lon? Lon
No,
or?
no, no.
Oh, the, or Frank. Oh, Frank.
No, I hate you, bastard, in the back. And if you ever want to see where he hangs out, if you like Indian food, Saffron Flavors of India. Yeah. Hey, every Thursday night, Saffron Flavors of India.
Hey, where's that? Is that your brother?
Right in Tomato. You get on 95 and you're right. It's right at see McDonald's, you go right there. That's far back. But I like who's a guitar player, Frankie Beat there all the time. He's got his own table in that. And you'll find him there at least once a week. And he's just really as easy as him. He puts on a great show. And it's a lot of fun, but Myron's over there is the best. But the best song guys I ever saw, and I've known him for years, Marvell played it. And Lonnie Hall, his wife. And she would, if you remember Brazil 66 and 77, she was a singer in that. And her, I did a lot of work when they had A&M Records, and we were rehearsing all the time in studios around Soundstage 3 on Sunset Beach. So, and that's where you saw the big gong from Rumors, and that's where Fleetwood Mac shot on. Penguin Productions was right down the street.
So
So
you, I think you lived in Southern California.
I came from Southern California. They're awesome.
Did you hang out?
I'll tell you the best. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw somebody said, you got a cop, had these 4 tickets. Take you and your girlfriend, and we got to go to the strip club. Long story short, all the drama. Elton John. I played there before. He was like known to anybody. Yes, that was the first one. Oh, absolutely, that was it. Yeah, the whole deal was. No, yeah, right. And you need to see the but yeah, wow. You know, but a lot of that stuff is absolutely true. But the interesting part was, he made a deal is that if he made it big, he had to come back and play again. And all the people that had tickets for that night, they kept them. They were first to get tickets. So we went back and saw him again. But there's another guy that's just immensely talented, you know. But who's going to replace him? And,
That would have been cool.
oh yeah, but no. Anyway, so yeah, no. After gigs, we used to use the Hyatt House on Sunset as home base, and we fly to Seattle, come home, we fly to San Fran, instead of moving and changing hotels every other night. And so, Jeff Bonham and his favorite place to hang out was the Rainbow.
Rainbow? Well, they made the, I don't know if it's the same owner, you know, they had one here. I think it was based on the one in LA, right? So, it was like a big biker bar, right? Or was it out there? Or was it
Out here it was. Back there, no, it was totally different. But yeah, had the whiskey, and a lot of people got their start. I mean, I've seen a lot of people come up through the ranks, but you know, the Rainbow is just basically it for the rock and roll crowds that hang out with it. Joe and Joe would be there all the time. Iggy Pop would be there. They were an item for a long time. And
is that on Sunset there, or is it right in the road?
the boys sing pop.
Ziggy Stardust.
Ziggy Stardust. Now there's a guy that was kind of a crazy guy.
There's a white rabbit.
So what else? Let's see. She wanted a tree. Let's see. You got it.
Yeah, banjo.
Let's see. What else? You got any requests? You said ELO. Should we do an ELO? Yeah. Oh, Mr. Blue Sky. We got to do Mr. Blue Sky. There we go. Oh, you heard too. A lot of them would be your. Well, I feel yeah. That's why well, yeah, and that's the thing. I was going to school. And that's kind of like. Okay.
That was a rental. Then I found the house. Long story. Found the house. Joe.
You remember that? You remember? I remember driving along down the kind of 4x4.
Get onto it, you know. Like I was sorry. Yeah.
You remember the Grove? Out here on 95. I don't know what there, but it was yeah, the girl was putting a ticket.
Yeah.
Name of the where they the horses. They have those little That's still there.
I don't even know. I doubt it.
I don't know if I can see it's pretty close.
I call it Teen Springs. He was like, yeah, but it's a really cool place to go. And I guess it's fun. But we told him, and I just, now I can go into it, you know, like, or, like, you know, back of my hand, now I don't really- Just like anything like they used to. Talk about, yeah.
Always a lot.
Last night, this is really bad. Last night I watched Vegas just because I wanted to see all of Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when that first came out. Yeah.
Do you remember the glass?
Yeah, the last, down on the strip. Yeah, we used to see it underwater.
I thought that once the movie was shot there, but when I watched it last night, it wasn't that cool. And I thought it was sure.
Yeah, I remember the glass pool there, that was pretty close to. Another day, right?
It's pretty far south. Yeah.
I think it's pretty close to that too. There was the one down there. What was before Valley Dam? Yeah. No, I did the last one.
That's why I wanted to watch the
Remember it was the two, like the 2 or 3 story buildings they had all around. I think it was up the end.
Okay. I remember going into that place when I first came to town. Yeah.
Well, you were during the
Oh, yeah.
watch the dude go down. I used to pull it down. And then all after that, Myanmar, Myanmar, and all the. I worked for years in Tropicana back in the day.
I came out here to be elected.
Oh, yeah.
So I came out, worked my way around, got a job as a secretary, saved up some money, took a deal, worked at Silver City and infrastructure for 12 to 6.5 years. And then one day I was sitting on a break, making to go back in. Like that, you know? So that's when I decided to go to school. I never gone to school before because I a lot of different reasons. Didn't have the money, couldn't decide what I wanted to do, wanted to do something for the different, couldn't decide what I wanted to do. So,
Yeah, there's transition, not a generative.
And I
yeah,
when I loved at the time, DJ, good for that. But yeah, it's just to watch it grow. To get out a lot. Yeah, it is. Right. If you knew what it was, yeah, when like a small thing. Even when I moved there in the early 90s, it's still kind of, I think it was 1 million people.
Yeah, I was shocked the other day when I heard it. Wait, what? It's just 1 million every day.
Yeah.
I mean, all this development out here, like, it's just, you just have to drive and drive and drive till you turn off the car.
Right. Oh, I know, right?
Now, when I take a picture of my house, my phone says I'm in Colorado.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Right.
The location says Colorado.
So I guess I lost my music here. What should we put on?
I've been chasing around this entirety of the process. From getting those notifications about leaks, they're literally from one section to the other to the other. And sometimes, as you know, they have to dig it out, get it out, figure out where exactly it's coming from.
You know, I can hear it the first time when I was calling. You know, one of those TV shows that I saw,
And so it's just a continuum.
But my problem with this is, this wasn't built yet. Okay. When the irrigation problems started, this hadn't been built yet. Okay. This hadn't been built when COVID hit. So when the new folks came in, okay, they were given a heads up. And they planted it anyway. That's the bigger problem. So hindsight's always 20/20, but when you're told that, oh, this should sit down here for 10 years and rotting,
Well, hell,
it's a lot cheaper to replace it before you bury it.
or before you even put it.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the kind of stuff that just, that's the incompetence on the board. That's just totally incompetence. And then Neil's got a conflict because, you know, a lot of people use his mailings and more. Okay. And, you know, technically he says he doesn't have a conflict, you know, he's got accounts for people. And anybody that just has a PO box, a mailing box with him, trust me, those conflict of interest laws are huge. And the problem with NRC 16 is it's so broadly over encompassing of the world that it's ridiculous. And the problem with Nevada is that you will see, if you go all the way down there to the dead end, youth development down there, it's older where they're building all the new stuff. You go through there, they got rid of their HOA.
Oh, I've seen it.
What they did is they hired a management firm.
And they self-manage.
And then, you know, their money goes in, they'll say this is BS. They should be riding the bike on the park.
Everybody grabbing the same Twitter war road, just, you know. It's kind of a COVID spread right there.
They want to be known as a super.
Right, and all that stuff. That gets all the kids, they're coming to happen.
All right, give me another favorite band. You listed a bunch of them today. See, what do you want? Here, we'll give you an exit song. What do you want? Favorite artist?
Smoke on the water. Smooth. Deep Purple. Oh no, my one was from Tokyo.
Oh.
Yeah. It took the board 5 months. And nothing to do with the city approving it or not. They just- I just think it's kind of believe.
It's like a pool. It's like a pool.
Actually, Providence was being built back in the coast before the big crash. I got 7 homes in my development that were built in 2007 and 8.
Where are you?
Westminster.
Okay.
The other great battle with your board and for you,
Oh, Jeff.
the basketball court, and fence around. And
This one?
they didn't put a fence around, so we went in and I cannot believe the amount of balls that are flying in the street, kids are chasing them. You need to put a fence up there. Yeah, well, we'll get around to it. And the first kid got hit by a car.
Who was that?
A year and a half ago, before you. Larry was still there.
That's pretty scary.
So it took the board 5 months to approve the fence.
Earlier, but I saw Larry.
And it's not that different. You don't need city approval to do it. Okay. Not on the basketball court. They should have put one in when they put it in. And they don't think that the basketball, this, it's all downhill slope. Where's it gonna go?
Especially if it's the first time.
Oh, yeah, no problem. But that's the kind of silliness. No. I don't know what you guys are gonna do next year because this budget, we're gonna be short for a couple $300,000. Water's not gonna stop. And they're going for water increases. Water department.
The water department.
Yeah, so they'll get the 3 or 5% because, and if we don't get Uranus with it, it's gonna be worse.
I would have said to you, oh, that's not gonna happen, but I don't know now. Look how many days we've been without rain.
We had a sprinkle the other day. Enough just
Yeah,
to
I
make
don't
my
even think that
windshield
exactly.
I just hope by this time, in another year from now, we should have a better board. And, I get along with Neil, but not showing up to an NAC meeting for 7 months. I'll step down big deal. But it just disenfranchises those people. Look at what they did with the budget committee, how hard those people worked. And well, let's move this along, move these things along. And, like I said, here's what they need to go back. Seriously, I'll have my lawyer send an essay grandmother to the board. They can have in-person meetings. Because I tell you what, have you ever rewatched your board meetings? You know exactly where I'm gonna go with it. It's like a crazy shuttle lunch. Some people in, some out, some you can hear, some you can't. I mean, if you were gonna do that, spread them out, have them all at the center. Okay. So they're all in location. At least it's some continuity. And then Neil turns his on, turns his off, he wants to read, he puts his hand over his camera on his laptop or whatever, so you can't see his face. And then, what's the other guy's name? He's up for election this time. Howard. He's phased in or phased out. He's never,
So you're not a fan of the Zoom meetings?
The problem is, I would have no problem with a Zoom meeting, and I've done several of them.
Yeah.
But I have no problem if they're all in the same location. Okay, and there's no reason they can't be at the center.
Sort of
spread
like
out.
we did with the finance committee? I got you.
If you're all in one location at the center, at the office, okay, nobody's there, but you can surely get 5 people spread out 6 feet apart, or 10 feet apart.
Yeah.
And then you have it, and then everybody's on camera at once. You don't even need to break it down.
Gotcha.
You just have the screen so everybody can see who's the first and 1 second. But you guys aren't the problem. The problem is you know more than they do. They don't want to admit it. You know, seriously, I took Walt out to meetings for lunch twice.
Okay, their French onion soup is bomb.
And I sat down and I thought Robert Schultz along with him. I said, call the question. Okay. Here's how you do the protocol. Well, why would you do that one? I said, because just somebody says, well, I want to make a motion. You have to recognize there's a motion on the floor, there's a motion to make. Do I have a second? Okay. And then after that, okay, it's moved in second. All those in favor, signify by raising your hand, push the button, whatever you do.
That's nice of you.
They still don't follow it. They still don't follow it. It's nuts.
Yeah, I saw Sarah Berry's email. And now I thought about that too. On our list, baby, on our list.
That's the kind of stuff that doesn't make any sense. And the reason everybody is hostile is because it's not, you know, that's where it starts to stop. There's no reason they aren't out here mingling with folks and talking to people. It's just social. Like I said, you weren't here for last board meeting and last annual meeting.
It's super fun. It really is. Nice
I was there.
They didn't like me very much, did they?
It's
Yeah, you were going, yeah, that's not time somebody put him in it. No, the problem with Larry is Larry's good. Larry wanted to run the meeting because he knew more than they did. So anytime the board members, Larry knew it. Larry knew it. And I find out myself, I'm not talking to you. And I use the word hell. He says, don't use that word. There's children, the families watching this. And I said, well, let me tell you this. Go shove it. He shut up in a heartbeat. No profanity. Just very politely.
Right. I feel like there's a bigger party going on over
There
there
is. It's a birthday party.
than there is over here. I saw all the cars parked over there. Come on,
I don't credit for it.
Come on, Jeff. Jeff's waiting for the corn dog truck.
Actually, I'm not.
Leaving us.
Yeah, I got a couple.
So sandwiches at your house.
My wife's up, she'll fix them, yeah.
They're coming out. Jeff.
Occasionally.
I've never met Mr. Bennett, and I never met Mr. Bennett.
It's Isley Bennett anyway.
Is it?
Isley
Oh,
Bennett. Her dad, if you remember the television series Y&I, her dad was the lead dad with a bunch of different people. Oh, my sister-in-law is Olivia Hussey, for Christ's sakes. From her side. Her uncle was Mr. Hank Kimball from Green Acres.
are you kidding me?
Albie Morris was her uncle. So,
How did that? Did you hear what I was talking about earlier with Led Zeppelin and how he was their sound person?
yeah,
Like,
but
oh, I did
I
a
have pictures to
sound.
prove it.
It's amazing. I love that kind of stuff.
After 12 years of activism, all the politics and stuff, and we were doing a part-time event a week.
Yeah.
She just, when we moved here, we give it all up. So she sold it. We got out of a 7,600 square foot house. She sold her Bentley, her Jeep, and her smart car in one weekend.
And all her little black dresses.
Trust me. Oh, her high-end gowns and stuff.
Yeah.
She
was over it,
I
huh?
got rid of all my Ferraris. That condense is over. I love the simple life. The only thing we got is a big motor.
Okay now. Good,
That's
good,
how I
good, good.
started out with Focus. I bought the RV package from Lennar.
Yeah.
So they had a port. I had 50 amp hour water and sewer. I threw my RV and parked it, and all of a sudden, Focus hotspot comes out and says, "Your coach is illegal. You can't have it here." I'm like, "Really? Why is that?" "Well, it's over 10 feet tall. Read the CC&Rs." And I said, "Oh, I read them. I read them ad nauseum." "Well, continue, please." So, well, and you don't have enough distance between your house and the wall for your coach. And I said, "Okay, how is that going to work?" "Well, you have to have at least 6 feet from either side of your coach." I said, "Well, let's see, the coach is 8 feet wide. The space from point A to point B is 14 feet. So if you do the math, I can be 3 and 3. I can meet your rear distance because I'm 20 feet farther than I need to be." And they said, "Well, you're going to have to put in a 12-foot gate." I said, "Don't think so." So they came out and I started getting all these letters and started getting to find stuff and everything else. And I just talked about it. So my legal people wrote a letter. Basically, we had a powwow. So we had the HOA, we had Lennar, okay, with me and my council. And of course, the HOA Focus is council. The HOA part. And they just said, "Well, where would you like to start? Where would you like to start?" Okay. Lennar and the HOA folks and Focus, you better figure it out because he paid for this. He was promoted and advertised. Secondly, it's an actual legal impossibility to have a Class A motorhome that is not at least 11 feet 9 inches long. Okay, so your CC&Rs are being ambiguous as to height because it's impossible. It's a legal tax. So we went down and Lennar offered a package. You approved the package.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to fix the problem. If not, you'd be more than happy to go to court. And just tell us how much you want to pay us.
Have everything in that.
They folded their tent to big hard to eat. Okay. And they came back and said, "Well, you just put us in a hard spot because all these homes we have more boat and RV parking in our and a 99 home. I think a third of them have it, which is more than anybody. Between us and Sky Canyon, there's only 129. They're all, and you put it on the market, it's gone in the legal second, 30 grand over asking. So they came back and they said, "Well, to be kind, to be workable, we're going to let this slide." I just said, "No, you're not, because you're going to redo the CC&Rs. Okay. So that nobody else has to go through this. Okay. You don't go to court, we'll try, just so we get a precedent."
So what did they do? So door to door?
Everybody that had RV parking, they went to the CC&Rs. They had amendments. That's kind of stupid if the developer is offering the package.
Oh,
You
yeah.
think the left hand don't talk to the right hand?
No, not
And there is no Class A motorhome ever made that is 10 feet tall max.
right.
They start really technically 12 feet. Some will be 11.6, but most of them are 12 feet. And then your fifth wheels, they're 13.6 to 14 feet.
Surely like tiny homes. They really are.
I'm getting rid of my coach to go fifth wheel, but my coach, 40 feet long, 41 actually. When you open it up, it's 14 feet long.
Yeah.
I got a bath and a half,
It's amazing.
residential refrigerator, fireplace, washer dryer.
What do they call that? Glamping?
Yeah, they call it my kind of camping.
That's my kind of camping too. Tasha does not do tent camping anymore.
I just hope it squares up a little bit because it's, you know, because how many can do this much? And we already know, 400 grand, but we already know that the budget's. I'd have been putting answers on for water, off of some other stuff, subject to the following. I would much rather see money go to fix all the bases, not this guy. And if the water police come out, they're coming. Okay, I can tell you they're coming. Not coming doesn't mean the people are done. They call. And
fines that they put on. I tell you, one person in my neighborhood got fined $500.
Definitely seen them films before, they're not ready.
But I'm saying, we'll end up this year probably underwater. So where does it go for next year? I mean, you know, I get budgets, okay? If you don't spend it, right? By the military, the last Friday of every month at the Air Force Base, they put everything in your flag because they don't want to miss the same fuel up and they got the fire month. So they burn all the fuel up. Sometimes watch Dallas the last Friday of the month.
Interesting.
Everything's budgeted. Anyway, enjoy it all, ladies.
Thanks,
Enjoy.
sir. Good to see you, Mr. Bennett.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Americana.
You're not here, Tasha, but here.
Does anybody else need to know? I don't know if you know, but people are here. You need a bathroom ready? Okay.
Oh, what is this? Exactly.
We'll be right back. Okay. Hold it down.
I haven't played for.
He's like, here, put this one in there. Literally had it like just the other day too, so I don't know why. Neat. So my friends and I got it. Purple, but you can put on it. What? Is there? I thought that too. I was like, I thought the beaches are closed. Like, yeah. That's funny because my friends, I thought it was open. I thought maybe she was open. But she was out. Yeah. And like, you go into places you still need a mask, but we don't really, yeah. We don't really know. A lot of people don't wear their masks around everywhere. Some people are still wearing like open, but as long as you don't need to somewhere, you should. I'm like, but if you go to Salt Lake or Utah, there's no one's wearing a mask. I literally during the shutdown, I was still able to go get my hair done in Sunday. I mean, in St. George. In St. George. Yeah. Because for my extensions, I have somebody that does it out there, and I tried finding somebody out. I tried finding somebody out. Yeah. It's like the whole, there's some in. I need to buy some new hair. It's like a year old. I need to buy new hair, like my next appointment in December. It's expensive. I have to dye it and cut it and then sew it in. It's like $700. Thanks. That's good. Thanks. If I mentioned, you should have never told me. I know. Yours too, though. What do you like? It looks natural. It looks fine. But that's the thing, though. See, that's, I mean, I didn't even know it was like a word. So I was like, it looks wrong. I know. I was kind of thinking, I want to go. I want to get back to my car. But I like it. I just like. They're like. I like that look. I think it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. Yes. That's how I read the stuff. I really just have that. Like, yeah, right. It's just because you're feeling happy. It's hard. It's really hard trying to pay it off.
I got cute little balls.
Oh, cute. I had that when I was little too.
Yeah, and I came home and he's like, "Oh, did you like it?"
I cut it.
Like, and just walked away. And I was like,
Who cares though? You're little.
I've never come here.
No? My hair, so I cut it in 8th grade. I had such super long hair all the way down to my butt. I cut it in 8th grade, some girl, and never back. Never. 8th grade. It was like, and the thing is, so this lady, everyone loved her. Everybody goes to her. Everybody. But when she was cutting my hair, I was so uncomfortable because she was literally like snipping upward, and I was like, I don't think so, right? You're supposed to snip, yeah. I remember that still. I was like, that was like traumatizing. She was like, it was like, never went back.
My grandma was like, very like, don't do it.
Only
Don't
one
do that.
person,
Don't put your hair on
yeah.
your face. Don't make sure.
Yeah. Some people have like the hand. Like, do you guys believe in that too? Where like someone just like has a hand.
Oh yeah, the growing hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then other people have like it's better than ruin it. But there's one lady in like Mexico that everyone's like, go to her. Like, right after this is that. So I don't know.
My hair is like,
Good. It looks healthy too. It looks really like. You got a perm? Just for like barely, or is it like a perm? Oh, okay. I was like a perm.
yeah, like this funny, but yeah, so perm, like you can perm straight now.
Okay.
So I get them like every 6 months. I try to go on natural one.
Does it just go like?
I mean, yeah, that's the deal. It was like I had 6 rings, and then this part was like straight. And I'm like,
Wait a minute.
like I look terrible.
I'm telling you, my hair is like I have some super straight in the back, but in the front it's like poof. Yeah. I don't know why my grandma had her hair like that too. Though she always like it's just like but it frames my face like pretty good. It's always like, but the back is frizzy and straight.
Oh my god.
I know I hate it. And I have really thin hair too. So it doesn't grow super thin. So I was like, okay, give me some extensions. So yeah, a year ago I bought them. I have to go back and get them retouched up like every 7 weeks, but I can pay longer. There was one point when she got sick, she had COVID. And so it was like right when I was supposed to get my appointment, and I was like, I don't know what's gonna happen to my hair, like this and that, but I grew it out for a little like so it's like you can have it for like 10 weeks and then you'll get it redone. So and then like every time if I get it here, it's like I'll drive to St. George. Which probably no, I know. It's because everybody's starting and stuff. So I'm like, what are you doing? World's best cordons. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Oh,
But then he went into for the whole following. Went into the whole stock room. Money goes to it. 6 or 8 different levels.
He's a maggot. Where he had his I mean, it looks good.
It's pretty complex. I was like, I think that
Poor dog's here. Poor dog. I know. I said the poor dogs were fire. So they are? Yes, he says that he's the only one.
We had this
No, you need to try Korean corn dog. My intended.
Request that one. That just
My intended. She was never in it now. Money or drain? Hot dog. Money or drain? What's in my,
I'm gonna send this next to her.
that's my favorite.
Yeah. I'm like, see, I don't mind to a certain extent of us communicating and having that background to say like, hey, I said this.
Yeah.
But if you're not doing the extra
You wanna make us
steps,
cry?
I said they're a small entity.
I don't know. What do you want? I need some music requests here. I just put on my playlist and I picked that out.
If you haven't done all of everything, can you think
Give me a song.
Just give me the mic and I'll You don't know the song? I know it's fun. I know that.
Yeah, no, it's a slow Bruno, right? I'm good. I got a spindrift over here.
I would think, would you be able to work for making sure you go there, take all your fees off? All your neighbors.
Corn dog guy, do you have a place you want them to set up? So it worked out okay. We looked like it was.
They're kind of look like they might be
I saw that. Yeah, not. Oh yeah, not too many.
It's so cute. Oh, I guess I'm different. No.
Like, but right here, it's just been phoned up.
It's in Summerlin too. Not even at like the best. It's even like real like Summerlin. So yeah. And I guess they have bottomless mimosas. And maybe 21. So I'm looking at the only one.
So they've got us over there too.
Yeah.
Oh, they were? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Were you over there earlier? You were. Because the mic is, I think the mic that we're using is right way over there with the camera.
You could like barely. You could hear
But when
everything.
you get on the microphone, I was wondering if you could hear.
It sounds like it's like I think they sound like they're kind of interfering with each other, but not bad, not bad. It's just like it's a little hard to hear. They were talking. Yeah, they were talking too, so nobody could hear anything.
Because when they started, I could hear them when they were.
Oh really?
Yeah, but then they muted it. Because I didn't know if they wanted, but I guess they didn't really need.
Over there, I think
Yeah, I just had it hooked up so that I could amplify if they were going to say something or. Yeah,
so today's all coming out.
You guys think at this point oh, but there are people online.
Yeah.
So the YouTube channel can still see us too, right? So we're like,
Barely, right? You're saying you right now. Yeah, I was like, oh no.
Beautiful day though.
We were saying that earlier too. The sun, I just love how like warm it always feels. No matter how chilly it is, you just Yeah, you get cozy.
Just out the sun and allow you to look at the screen, but you can still kind of see it.
Yeah.
That one's really good.
Yeah. That's what we.
We were like, yeah,
We never let you on camera. You're on the camera.
Oh, you can?
yeah, very corner.
Oh, you can? Oh. Yeah, I know. I think you forget you have an audience.
I know.
Oh my God, now. Wear a mask. So that was a little hint there for a while.
For a minute, yeah.
Thank God you weren't here last year because you would have been like, oh, God, I'm just gonna pack up my shit. I don't know if y'all gonna start wrong.
This is expensive.
Usually just.
Well, just be careful because we're still live. We're not muted, are we?
I don't think you're muted, but I think the mic is usually it's either your laptop or the computer. I don't think they can hear us. Yeah. Do you want to be muted? Do you want me to mute you?
Okay, I just want to make sure as we all talk.
Right. Oh, so we're talking. I'm on the screen, and I guess it's.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We want to see your moves, James. Oh.
I could do one of those Austin Powers, like down.
Yeah, like,
Like I can't see it, but.
They're nice.
I'm pretty sure I chopped it all out. Just that.
Wait, Cicely. My sister's name is Cicely. Cicely.
I think we should know. And then there were five. Guess it's just us, guys.
So
None, ma'am.
so your main thing today is just to announce the winners of the vote, right? That's fun and.
So, yeah, I mean, the main thing today is for the election. I mean, the annual meeting, yes, but the election is a big part of that. So the reason we actually put the ballot counting in that room, I think
That's the worst thing ever. When I'm like,
you know what, the winds can be.
Yeah, exactly. And then I took it like out the shower.
There's 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Right, it's like,
Oh,
strip.
gonna be able to look at all the paper that's down.
Oh, yeah.
It would be everywhere. So we were
You're
like,
only allowed to have so many people on everyone.
that's right, yeah. So we allowed up to 35 registrants.
Okay. So you did have some people over there.
Yeah, we have
We
about
have, like,
6 people over
yeah.
there.
Okay. I'm just surprised it's Saturday. That's like my jersey.
It's a little different.
Like I was telling the gentleman back here earlier, like in all of the annual meetings, 99% of
Oh,
the time,
hot dogs,
no
yeah.
one shows up. It's just the manager sitting in front. The board members don't show up. Is she in like once in a while, like last year?
A lot of the social media are like saying that, you know, I was in like stories, like you would share like the way they work. Okay, so I was never, I was also always like, because I like to sing, so I was like, I'm fine, so it's just like, okay, you know, TikTok is shit, it's like, and honestly, there's fun.
Because it doesn't allow for it.
Like,
So we thought, okay,
we're just gonna create it.
now they don't have to limit the amount of people that come outside and we can try to.
They can be up to like, plants are very different, like, however, different visuals now, so if I can just the first 6 or 7 seconds. It's harder, because you gotta be kind of, that's why it was better. Like TikTok stuff, like, I want TikTok to be an outlet for people to really blow up, you know, for people to just, like flex what they want to do, just like, you know, it's another commercial.
Which is what it is. Or what?
There's this saying, don't worry about it, sweetheart. Have you ever heard that kid? So he's like, what's his name? AJ. Or he's like, AJ, what you got on? He's like, this is that. He's like, wearing cozy. This is that sweat. This is that sweat. And then he's like, don't worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. So you got famous on this video, right? Just a video they posted. He's on a commercial now for like Invisalign. And they're like, what? He's like, James.
Boyce Avenue.
You say, don't call me sweetheart. And so I was like, they're so cute. Yeah, it's like, I think social media is great. Like, I think it's good that people have like outlets like that and you're so young and just people should be like, you know, so that people look at you and it's yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I don't believe that you just have to they're sure. I don't believe that. That's it. Because obviously people are different. People are like pushing for work differently. Like, and that's why TikTok's the thing for them.
So once you get down to their level, like that's why I kept coming out here and sitting with you.
Yeah.
But TikTok is it's a whole other thing. I don't think it's anyone working on Instagram. Are you
I wanted to just see who was there. So, but I know. Yeah,
everything is gonna get to like everybody. So I think they all count. All count. Their Green Valley Ranch was everywhere. So it could be like that's how valid, yeah. There's no and I saw that people got started at one moment. So that's why we have counts. We're supposed to have the count of like
have a whole thing where they can
yeah, no, I know. Our meetings were for a long time. We were at the Y.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, were you there with us last year?
Yeah, I've been there.
Okay.
Last year,
Yeah. I worked
Be open all wet and wild.
Yes, there. I was like, where are you doing? They were like, oh, okay, cool. And we had Carly out there. Yeah, it was fun. I mean, we didn't have the same participation as like years prior, because Millie did it one time last year. We typically, I guess, do it twice.
Yeah,
we did it once. Yeah, we just did it once in he did the voting and everything like that, you know, with the voting. But yeah, it was a good event. He was super cool.
I've never seen it. I never seen it. Oh, no, you need to see their mac and cheese. That's because when I looked it up there, obviously had like their food and stuff. And the mac and cheese just divine. Belgian crablet, count me in. Some ribs, some like prawns. Oh wait, still have prawns, right? Those so steak. Over crab fried rice.
I thought that new photo on the thing, I thought that was cool as shit. I was like, this is awesome. Like our residents.
Look at that.
So yeah, we got everything downloaded. But the issue is because everybody came when they came and it wasn't really ours.
So that's what I took a picture of.
You don't know particularly where they are.
And I'm just gonna stop on.
So I didn't see it because of Natasha. So I'm not
I am voting.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. She's Tasha and that's Tasha.
So she's Tasha McMillan and I'm
2.0.
So we probably confused you.
Like everyone's talking.
You got the video. What works best? I'm just curious. The iCloud. You're still lazy. So people, everybody just go to that link themselves and find themselves.
But yeah,
About like the good times because over the these things, it's like random numbers and words. Like, but when you come and open this app, it's organized
day and everything.
by
Time.
time.
Everything. That's why I didn't know. On my end, it's looking like, yeah, the time they were order they were taken. The time right on the top. I just didn't know how you wanted to distribute. Because I'm working with ODM, something they're HOA to do with how to do it. And like I said, like I could have sat there and said their phone number or their email. Each one, but remember, it's getting too long. That's why we have to speed it up. So it's a drive-through type thing where you're going to have a line. And it's going to be the move fast. I don't know if you guys see that. Because I don't know if what communities are cool with all the videos. I can have everybody to see it. I guess sometimes it's not like you're thinking, they don't like for yesterday.
I got McDonald's more than that's right.
Oh, okay.
That people that come through.
But I know, I feel like
401, pretty cars. They're breaking at the car full of Power Rangers at 601. And so I went through the file, but when I shipped it manually, I just created a e-flag just for people to put right there.
Okay.
And nobody called it.
Yeah, because I don't think there's anything any information on there. I just didn't know what your policies are. Like when you post, I noticed at some events you put out some signs that say, hey, if you're in this area during our event, then you can use your camera. Is that about it? Yeah. So did you have that up on Halloween? Okay, that's what I'm wondering.
not everything, you didn't know, you would have seen and you would have known. So you would have really done what you said, you know?
Website or something.
No,
I didn't want the
Yeah,
you know, the X knowing that.
I'll keep that.
And the photo booth was a Disney animated character.
So cute.
They loved it. Like, that was one of their favorite things they loved. So,
Oh, which one? The
When you had the characters like
Yeah.
dancing on the screen.
I don't know if I sent you. Here, I was going to show you this. You're not doing holidays, but. Oh,
Something popped up that said your internet connection is something.
that one's you're on.
Yeah.
But I wanted to show you what I'm doing for the holidays.
Oh, that's super cute. Love it.
People are gonna love it.
So we're doing-
So cute too.
We're always trying to do a walkthrough, so they might be having access.
Well, now here's the cheap.
That is super cute.
Kate is, they're talking about trying to do drive.
Oh, another one, like another remix type of thing?
Yeah, for their, yeah, for their community. 'Cause they didn't, I thought they could drive.
How they're gonna be set up.
But yeah, so that's what I'm working on.
And
here.
we should decide, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I know, we have a couple things in mind. I'll have to get with Jenna and find out if we finally decide upon. 'Cause I know they
Like have their own.
I can look on it.
Well, that's what Rachel was talking about. That's why they're gonna do like a stand like this, I guess. They're saying they said you just drive through and stand in there, but you thought visual uses in one area where, like I said, I can place this here, plug it in all in.
Yeah.
But put them on top of the flower around the.
Yeah, it's easy to make it a.
Then you have all that.
It did.
Because they're just so hot.
That's great. I mean, I don't know what other DJs are doing, whatever, to become interactive, try to make, you're doing a great job of making yourself, valuable. Still,
Yeah, we have to, yeah, no innovator.
not just like.
But yeah, but like, you're kind of going.
I don't see 2020 changing much, maybe towards the end, you know, when I start with 2021. So it'll be interesting to.
Yes, and there's, not the girls, but it's like for the new girls.
Yeah.
We took them and we never posted them. We were just talking about them the other day. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I just love it. It's the Christmas tree too. Oh, it was still there.
So, but
We were always like, what the fuck? Oh, geez, it's hard. Yeah.
No, isn't it just an issue with our city over?
It's for what? What's the big thing?
Company expanding like in-person events and also stay together, but also stay home. Also don't go.
You guys, oh, baby, don't take the copy. He's probably like, yeah. I just love the West Coast so much better. You can have that in Oregon. Oregon, I love Oregon. It's really great there. That's what I really like about it. They have a bunch of things, this and that. You know what I didn't know? North Carolina. Virginia too.
you know, they were not so sick, they're still, now it's thankfully, it's not.
It's just like, I feel like it's still like Florida kind of like that. I like the beaches though. Yeah, but the beaches is so nice. We went to Boca Beach in like Orlando or something, and it's kind of crazy because over here it's like blue, like over there it's like dark blue, like purple, but it still feels super nice. Like I don't know, super crazy. It's just so different. And In California, if you pass somebody, you smile. There's like something like, hi, excuse me, or anything. Even if you don't know them. Oh, they're there. Literally, like if you walk past somebody, like everyone would get like Florida. But I'm in North Carolina. But it was fun. You go, girl. Good for you. Even like going out to eat, we're so rude. I was like, everybody was just miserable.
But these things is working. I've learned how to do it. You have to.
Everyone's getting where they're getting to. Who are you even talking to move? So you're crazy if you're not moving. Oh gosh. Shut up.
Yeah.
The worst thing. They teach swimming lessons to kids. I'm so good. That's exactly what I'm like. My mom too. She's like, all right, cool. Now you can teach me. Oh, I don't know how to swim. You just don't trust yourself. That makes sense. Same with little kids. Like because you're gonna float. Regardless, like, you're gonna float. Some people don't. But like, whenever she's like babies learning how to, and they just flop into the water. That's not the same. It's like, it's giving me anxiety, but it's so smart. I think it's so smart. If you're ever in any situation and you're going to fall in the water, they know how to turn on their back, they know how to stand and float, like without freaking out. Oh, is it Somerset? Yeah, Somerset. Bad kids. Oh, high school kids are the worst. Oh, okay, that's different. That's different. Yeah. But I was saying, I'm teaching, right? So they came and like, hey, oh, really? I'm your teacher. Yeah. We knew about it. They need that. Jenna, they think that's what they actually have to do. Apparently the school is doing. I see that like with my uncle. My uncle is but like on like the same page. He was always like had one of his mentally that good like the kids that have themselves like this. Well, my uncle's at work or whatever. He's not perfect either. But it's like they act out all the time, and then my mom like me and my mom gets them frustrated, but then we're like they raise themselves type thing. Like it's that's why when you have a bad that's it. Like you got obviously some angry so I'm like yeah, our people are kind of spicy. I think once they.
Not yet. Not yet, Jamie. It's just relax, okay?
They said 3 o'clock. We got 5 minutes.
We'll give them about 10 minutes. Take them to the wrong location. World's best corn dogs. I'll be the judge of
Yeah,
that.
we'll see about that. You think they'll get one of the little, you would have gone to like the pumpkin patches they were doing?
No? The best ones are.
Really? I wonder if it was the one in Centennial, the one in Summerlin. Oh, really? Actually, no, I think I remember. Whenever I'm at an IKEA, I'm like, how did I get all the way out here? Every time I pass it, I'm like, what? Why am I all the way over here? Really? It's huge. It's so big. Last night, so we went down to we got our little new entertainment center, and we went to like this small of an area. We were like, how do we get out of here?
Yeah, you gotta turn the right
Like,
fingers
bro,
there
it's
too.
big in here, and I forgot. Obviously, like when we saw it, it's huge. It's so fun. It's so fun. I'm like, oh. Yeah. You know, just super cheap entertainment center too. Like $70. Yeah. Yeah.
So when they're done counting, Jody, the director of ops, she's over there at that meeting. She's gonna make the announcement on elections, and then the meeting will be adjourned.
She'll say it on
She'll say it on the live stream. Yeah.
Looks like it's about time I'll turn down.
Yes. Yeah, we need to hear it, and then I'll probably pick up the mic after she's done with that and just adjourn the meeting. And then I've got to head over. And then I gotta head over to the office for the organization. After that.
Well, it just depends on their results. I mean, either way, if I'm happy, I'm gonna drink. If I'm sad, I'm gonna drink.
Where
I just wanted to be able to tell my gal. I'm here as long as you need me.
It looks like they're.
I need to, you're like, I got like priority. Like, it looks like they're gonna be wrapping up. I would say it's 3:30.
Are you trying to think like, no, okay, that's too many.
I saw this one. This one, like, not really, just like a little post on Facebook. It was like, I'm still not over how you guys acted over toilet paper. Why? If you didn't think I could do it in the first place.
That's what I said.
Toilet paper prices are going down.
I don't understand it. I'm buying the same amount of toilet paper I have.
Sometimes I can't because you guys take it all. So
And then
there's my
sometimes I have to ask my mom for some toilet paper. When you guys decide you want to be crazy and go buy the whole
My friend came from out
at
of
regular
town.
expense.
He literally came out of town and was like, here guys, like I know there's nothing here, so he gave us toilet paper.
I got you drive all the way to California to go get some toilet paper, to go get wipes, and to go get
Everything diapers, that's why he was so frustrated. It was like, there's like a nice
I was like, girl, can you stop away when y'all get your delivery? She was like, yes, I came back with toilet paper, paper towel, wipes, diapers, disinfectant, Clorox, right? I was like, before I was shopping. I went to a mom and pop store just to get like a white. Thank God I had a box. Then I had to ask the school back for some of my stuff. She goes, "Look, I had to I get some stuff to buy that. I mean, I still need some.
But I thought that this is part of the
Why does he keep changing things? Why? Why does he keep doing that?
He was giving me those eyes.
In the office. You don't even work here anymore.
Look at a picture of Warburg condos. Before that. Doesn't matter, they're gonna be here till 5. Oh, there you go. Dinner.
A nice corn dog. Have you tried Korean corn dogs?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Korean corn dog?
Yes.
Is that like,
I think so. So, but mine, when I get, it has like mozzarella cheese and then half sausage, or you can get all cheese and there's like no meat in there, and then like the breading is different, and they put like sugar on it. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. When Leslie, the old person, another person used to work here, she would always be like, you know, like make it go get him, and I was like, no. She's like, there's sugar on them, and I was like, ew. Why would I want to do that? I went and I told everybody to go get them.
Looks like they might be wrapping it up though, because Larry looks like he's already finished, like Larry Kearns. Looks like he's this pilot. Okay, Larry said yes, get back.
You were supposed to tell me when they were done. When they were
Well,
done.
and but having said that, so we can close this. Okay, hold on. Pause, please.
Clarify.
So we're cutting this live feed? I mean, from our end, or we're cutting our Zoom meeting from our end? Yeah, and that's fine. I thought that this was all part of the meeting, so I just. Do you guys do need us to prep back? I mean, okay, all right, we'll be at that, and then just, yeah, okay, and then as soon as it's adjourned, we'll put back. Okay, thanks. Can you mute us?
Mute us? Yes. Yeah, let's see here. I don't think so. May not. We're good.
All right, perfect. Hey guys, we're ready to go ahead and announce the election results. So for today's election, it is Katie Headland and Phil Chapman who have won those seats on the board. Welcome, congratulations, you guys. So we can go ahead and adjourn this meeting, and then we're going to be following up our YouTube organization.
That wasn't close.
Yeah, so we're not really, Larry, will we release the numbers in like during the results? Yeah, so we'll put out communication to the homeowners with all the results in the numbers. No, we're not releasing the numbers. Oh, we can? Yeah, okay. Do you guys have those numbers? Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. Okay. So for Phil Chapman, it was 481 votes. Wow. For Howard, it was 40 votes. For Anthony Fox, it was 207 votes. Katie Headland was 332 votes. Angie Roman was 55 votes. And William Ryder was 140.
So the two of them that had dropped out were the, like in the 40s and 50s?
We didn't count those votes.
Oh,
They're not on our sheet to count.
Let me just make a comment, because there's supposed to be an open session at the end. So obviously there's a wide disparity of votes. Right?
I'm sorry?
There was a wide disparity of votes between the top two and the rest of them.
Yes.
And there's only two people up for election, right?
There's only two open seats.
So we had to sit here and wait for a recount when there was no way that was gonna change by 150 votes. Why, and this has to be fixed for next year, because this thing about the manager and Larry making decisions on ballots isn't the right way to do it. The management company is not the ones that run the association, the board does. Because there was no provision in place to say, hey, after the initial account, we can give a preliminary number, because it wasn't gonna change. This is, I do this for a living. This is one of the worst elections I've ever seen as far as for a homeowners association. These guys did a great job. It's the guidance that you guys are given sucks. And that's my comment. I'm gonna go, because I've been here for 3.5 hours and I'm frustrated. You guys have a good
Thank you for coming.
Congratulations, Pete. Well, time next time?
You take my daughter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other open comments?
Are we doing organizational meeting?
So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn this meeting at this point, and I think we're waiting for just one more person. Yep. Perfect.
I think it's 1:30 already.
Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate everything you guys did.
Thank you, ladies. Otherwise, I'll get stuck.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Larry, is this yours? Is this yours?
Very good.
Oh, yeah. How about my reading glasses? That's when the numbers don't matter. Yeah. Left-handed, litter. Oh, left-handed litter over there? I would be. See you later.
Yours is done, so if you need to take it back. We had to switch it because when I was trying to pull up the YouTube on board, it wanted a bunch of information that I didn't have. And it stays on mine. No, one is for like verify our age.
That's because you probably just.
Yeah. Oh, you have to verify your size and you are to create the video. And it was like, can you do verify? I don't know. And we're like, whatever it yeah, that's fine. And then actually, this is right over here. Maybe you want it, yeah, so that they're still kind of just. Sure, yeah. Can I ask you a question? That? Should I ask them? Yeah. Or
Yes.
you guys wanted to move up there?
Nothing social about it.
And then that way, you will have to. Yeah. And do you want to go see? Yes. How are you doing that? Yeah, I think you have. I just wanted to say that. They were testing for it.
Can you see it? Yeah.
He's like, girl, I brought cheese for the work. I know.
Wait. Yeah. Yeah. So that sort of. Probably.
Oh, so when did that this week?
Look, I'll show you a picture of that. 2-year-old.
She knows that. She knows she's from.
You guys ready?
Sure.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
We'll go ahead and call the organizational to order. And basically, you guys can just motion for whatever you'd like to see.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Katie to be treasurer. I think Katie treasurer, she's the best qualified.
Thank you.
I'd nominate Keith to be president. No offense, Walt, but you've been president for a long time.
I agree, and I've already advised the board that, I'd say it every year that I don't want to be president anymore, but this year I insist, and thank goodness for you nominating, so I second that motion as well.
And I don't, since Neil can't even be here, I don't think we should nominate him as an officer, so you secretary, what's the other, secretary?
Vice president.
Secretary, vice president.
I guess it's either way. I'll be vice president.
I nominate Walt for vice president and myself for secretary.
Second.
He said.
Second.
Okay, so we got who seconded? I know Walt, you had the second,
He
so we're gonna
seconded the
do
last
keep the
one.
official second?
Yep.
All right. So I've got Katie as treasurer, Keith as president, Walt as the vice president, and Bill as secretary. Got a second by,
I'll second.
perfect.
Yep.
Awesome.
Do we need to assign the liaison at all, or?
So those are gonna be assigned probably at the first board meeting. Okay.
Could do that tonight since we have no agenda anyway.
So all in favor?
Aye.
I,
Up to you guys. if you want to.
you want to do board liaisons tonight?
We had a year, what's that?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, we had a year where we didn't do that, and then the board member never showed up for the meetings because it was that particular committee was on a different day that he was not available for, so I'd like to wait.
Okay.
At least to the
To
strategic
review
planning
it,
meeting.
all right, that's. When is that? Is that scheduled?
No, we haven't scheduled that yet.
Okay, that's gonna be a,
Or at the next board meeting, in the future, we'll decide.
okay, because we're making decisions in the strategic plan meeting that has to get regularly noticed.
Okay, so it'll be at the
Yeah,
next board
I mean, I
meeting.
would say a discussion could take place at the strategic planning meeting, but any decisions we need to
Right.
make.
We'll wait.
But we can assign liaisons now, they can always change in the
Yeah,
future.
well, we should wait for that.
Any other comments? Move to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Almost done. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up? Yeah.